for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Please join me in welcoming our dignitaries this morning. Ms. Armida Sasia Alas-Chabana, the Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Laksanatri Handoko, Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me now to hand over the floor to Ms. Tiziana Bonapace, Director of the Information Communications Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction Division at ESCAP. She will serve as the secretary of this meeting and conduct this conference going forward. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. A warm welcome to all. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Armida Sasia Alas-Chabana, the Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to the podium to deliver her opening statement.
Yang saya hormati Excellency Bapak Laksana Trihandoko, Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, Excellencies, Ministers, Vice Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to you all, both delegates attending in person as well as attending online. I extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Government of Indonesia for co-organizing with ESCAP the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. At the core of this important conference is a simple message, but one with wide-ranging implications. Space applications provide multiple solutions for socio-economic development. In particular, in the post-pandemic era, their positive impacts on people and the planet is endless. Our region took a major step forward with the adoption in 2018 of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development. The adoption of this ambitious action plan demonstrated the commitment and solidarity of ESCAP members and associate members to undertake large-scale collaboration in space and geospatial information application. And in this regard, I'm very pleased to inform you that our members and associate members are at various stages of implementing over 600 reported activities that are contributing to about 154 out of the 188 actions identified in the plan of action. The areas of cooperation have greatly widened, and while promoting space application for disaster response continues to drive our cooperation, collaboration has now broadened to all thematic priority areas for achieving the SDGs. The Compendium on Geospatial Practices for Sustainable Development, which we will launch later, shows that in Southeast Asia, there has been a marked increase in the number and diversity of space application in the sub-region, alongside well-established space application in drought monitoring and early warning, applications that improve the spatial mapping of poverty incidents, increase the availability and accessibility of air pollution data, improve the accuracy and tracking of greenhouse gas emission, and evidence-based accounting of land, renewable energy, and other natural resources is also emerging. We express our appreciation to our members and associate members for the implementation of these strategic policies and programs that capture the socio-economic benefit of space science, technology, and their application for sustainable development. This ministerial conference is an excellent opportunity to renew commitments and agree to new initiatives that accelerate the implementation of the Plan of Action as it enters its second phase. As we organize ourselves to implement the second phase of the Plan of Action between now and until 2026, I wish to highlight three key messages on the importance of regional cooperation. The first one is that the Plan of Action has been instrumental in mobilizing the expertise, capacities, experiences, and resources within the region to make space application benefit all, especially the countries in special situation, the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and the small island developing states. The independent evaluation of the implementation of the first part of the Plan of Action finds that it has been an effective instrument for aligning the capacity development program of ESCAP and its member states with the priority needs of countries. This has resulted in greater harmonization of regional action, reduced duplication of efforts, enhanced cooperation among various agencies and stakeholders, and strengthened partnership at different levels. The second one is that regional cooperation is indispensable in meeting many emerging needs and demands. The demand for knowledge sharing, technical support, and expert training remains consistently high. During phase one, member states provided approximately $4 million to the Secretariat to increase capacities, enabling us to provide training and other capacity development opportunities to more than 1,000 government officials and technical staff. More is needed, however. Fortunately, many countries in our region are active providers of data, expertise, capacity development, and resources to other members and associate members. Our conference host, the government of Indonesia, will soon join the ranks of active practitioners and service providers as it announces its support for 3 regional cooperation initiatives to accelerate the implementation of the Plan of Action. Third and finally, a scale-up in regional collaboration is required. Our efforts are taking place against the backdrop of insufficient progress in the region towards the SDGs. In tandem with space and geospatial data, innovative digital applications are a critical part of the tools needed for transforming policymaking and practice for the improvement of present and future physical, digital, and biological worlds and anticipatory actions. The guiding theme for accelerating progress in implementing phase 2 of the Plan of Action has converged around the Space Plus for our Earth and Future, which comprises 4 components. In this regard, I wish to acknowledge the work and intellectual leadership of the ICC RISAP, or the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee of the Regional Space Application Program, in the past 3 years, which have led us to this consensus. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to all members and associate members for their hard work that led to the final draft of the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and Pacific, which is before you today. In particular, I would like to extend my thanks to Indonesia as the chair of the informal working group on the preparation for this conference for bringing us to this point. I'm confident that the same spirit of cooperation and solidarity that we witnessed 4 years ago in 2018, when you adopted the Plan of Action, will prevail as we kick off phase 2 of the implementation of the Plan of Action. I wish you all the success today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alice Jabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, for the opening statement. I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Laksana Trihandoko, the Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, to the podium to deliver his opening statement.
Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Heads of Space Agencies in the Asia Pacific region, Executive Secretary of UNESCO, Ibu Armida, and distinguished delegates and participants of the conference. I would like to begin by extending a warm welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia, and inviting you to enjoy its beauty. Furthermore, please allow me to express my gratitude to the UNESCO Secretariat, who together with our National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, have facilitated the implementation of the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, today, 26 October 2022 in hybrid. We also extend our appreciation to the members and association members of UNESCO who are able to attend this conference both in person and also online. At this conference, the implementation of the first phase 2018 to 2026 of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development will be evaluated, and the second phase hopefully will be prepared with an emphasis on enhancing the integration of satellite, geospatial, and non-geospatial data. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the development of science and technology in the field of space is progressing rapidly. In the field of remote sensing, currently there are many satellite images with very high spatial resolutions of up to 30 centimeters, allowing us to derive very comprehensive Earth observation. In the field of navigation, the trend is toward the use of global navigation satellite systems so that the geographic coordinates on Earth is easier to obtain with much higher accuracy. The implementation of space activities in Indonesia is regulated in our Space Law number 21 of 2013, in which the exploration and use of space activities are carried out on the legal basis and certainty for the welfare of the people and nation, as well as ensuring sustainability of space activities for the benefit of present and future generations. So previously, our national space law mandated space activities to the former National Space Agency, Aeronautic and Space Agency, or shortly LAPAN, for many years. Along with the integration of our LAPAN, the former LAPAN, and many other institutions into the current National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, since last year, 2021, the mandate has been moved into BRIN. As government agency directly responsible to the President, BRIN will continue our national space program in Indonesia, and since BRIN has been established in 2021, with the main task to conduct research, development, assessment, and also applications of science and technology, as well as implementation of nuclear technology and space activities. So BRIN will commit to strengthen the implementation of space program in Indonesia through research and innovation at space sciences, remote sensing technology and its applications, space technology, development of launching facilities, and promote commercial space activities or space economy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as an archipelago country, Indonesia fully supports the activities for the implementation of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development. In the first phase, from 2018 until 2022 this year, and the activities were undertaken in 6 priority thematic areas to address and to support disaster risk reduction and resilience, natural resources management, connectivity, energy, climate change, and also social development. In accordance with our National Action Plan for Sustainable Development Goals of Indonesia, until 2024, we will continue the activities of the second phase of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action, and any utilization of space technology and geographic information system, GIS, digital technology, geospatial, data sharing technology, big data, crowdsourcing, cloud computing, and also IoT or Internet of Things will be intensified along with collaboration with relevant stakeholders, both domestic and also international stakeholders. In this regard, Indonesia has proposed an initiative which will be focused on development of risk disaster management tools by using integrated space technology and geospatial data, as well as capacity building for younger generations in space applications. Through this initiative, BRIN will invest in collaborative activities to strengthen the implementation of the plan of action. To conclude, I am very grateful for the support of UN-ESCAP Secretariat and contribution of member states in the efforts that this ministerial conference could be conducted. The deliberations are expected towards enhancing the achievement of 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development through the Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development. We invite countries in the region to work together and to collaborate more closely to accelerate regional and global recovery towards a better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your opening statement. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Susil Premajayanta, Honorable Minister of Education and Leader of the House Parliament of Sri Lanka, to deliver his opening statement.
His Excellency Laksana Mandoko, Chairman, Under-Secretary General of United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Amida Chalsia, and the Secretary of the Conference and Meeting Director, IDD, Siana Manapis, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I deem it a singular honor and privilege to be addressing this 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, opening here at this vibrant city of Jakarta this morning. Let me begin by placing on record the appreciation by the government of Sri Lanka of the excellent arrangements made and the warm hospitality extended by the government and the people of Indonesia in hosting this historic conference in Jakarta. It has been many years since the days when space technology applications were recognized as a useful technology tool, a merely useful tool, I would say, in addressing the development challenges of humanity. As we gather here in Jakarta today in October 2022, space technology applications have long graduated and gained wide recognition as an indispensable technology tool for enabling realization of sustainable development goals and their targets. In fact, it would be appropriate to say that space by now has evolved itself to be the nucleus of what can be identified as a broader solution space, and it is this solution space that has come to be recognized as space plus, as reflected in the very theme of this ministerial conference, space plus for our earth and future. Therefore, let me take this opportunity to record the strong support of Sri Lanka to the regional cooperation initiatives, both present and future, in the area of space plus. In the meantime, as for the Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018-30, which we consider as a highly effective and cohesive initiative for leveraging the potential of space technology applications, the achievement of SDGs and their targets in the region, Sri Lanka wishes to record its appreciation of the achievements made in the implementation of Phase 1 of the Plan of Action. And as a Sri Lankan, stays firmly committed in its support to efficient implementation of Phase 2 of this Plan of Action during 2022-2026. I would like to tell this August Assembly that in Sri Lanka, our national policies and strategies on science, technology and innovation have well recognized space technologies and applications as one of the key domains of advanced technology where the country needs to develop its national capacity in its efforts to economic transformation. The Arthur C. Clarke Institute of Modern Technologies, as a nationally mandated institution for development and acquisition of space technologies and applications, operating within the purview of the Minister of Education, has successfully implemented a multitude of programs for capacity development in collaboration with our international collaborating partners. Sri Lanka would certainly welcome any future collaborative opportunities with the stakeholder parties at the bilateral, regional or international level. Before concluding, let me also place on record Sri Lanka's appreciation of the high degree of professionalism and commitment shown by the Secretariat in furthering the cause of regional cooperation in space application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your opening statement. I would now like to invite Mr. Somanath, the Chairman of the Indian Space Research Organization and Secretary, Department of Space of India, to deliver his opening statement by video.
My best wishes to the Fourth Ministerial Conference participants, the Honorable Ministers who are participating physically and virtually, Under Secretary General of the United Nations, ESCAP, Secretariat colleagues and friends. Allow me to express gratitude of the Indian government on the Indonesian government for hosting the Ministerial in Jakarta. ISRO has been providing intellectual leadership to the ESCAP all through its journey to integrate space applications in sustainable development agenda of the region. Way back in 1990-1991, Professor U.R. Rao, the then chairman of ISRO, who was also the chairperson of UN Corpus, it was his visionary leadership that helped to introduce space technology applications in the development agenda of the United Nations. In 1994, ESCAP took the lead and organized the first ever regional ministerial conference on space applications in Beijing. It was a historic occasion that brought all space leaders from regions together. Spacefaring countries, China, India, and Japan anchored the framework of regional cooperation for sharing the benefits of space applications. The regional space application for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific was the key outcome. In 1999, thanks to Dr. Kasturirangan, the chairman of ISRO, ESCAP and ISRO jointly organized a second space ministerial conference in New Delhi. RESAP graduated from the experimental to operational phase with the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee in place to guide its proceedings. RESAP's education and training network were established in China, India, and Indonesia to address capacity development needs. I am proud to say that Center for Science and Technology Education, CSSTEAP, located at Dehradun, India, was the first regional center of United Nations and is now the main RESAP's capacity development hub in Asia Pacific region. In 2004, thanks to Dr. Madhavan, the chairman of ISRO, we celebrated the 10th year of RESAP and ICC with most of the space leaders from regions together at Bangalore. In 2013, the chairman of ISRO, Dr. Radhakrishnan, we established the ESCAP regional drought mechanism with its regional service node at National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. ISRO's support to provide the near real-time satellite images to the countries hit by disasters in the region is growing substantially from that initiative. In 2016, thanks to Mr. Kiran Kumar, the chairman of ISRO at that time, India organized Asia Pacific Space Leaders Forum on Space Plus for the Resilient Asia and the Pacific in New Delhi, which laid the foundation for preparing the Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for SDG implementation. That was during 2018 to 2030 timeframe. I'm happy to see that it has taken a good shape and its first phase has been productive for 2018-2030. India has progressed well for more than 100 actions out of the 188 actions identified. ISRO continued to share its facilities, expertise in the application of space science and technology through the UN CSSTEAP located in India. As of now, CSSTEAP has benefited more than 3,000 officials from 64 countries. Here, I would like to acknowledge the support provided by ESCAP for the Center for Space Science and Technology Education in Asia and Pacific. India will be very happy to play a major role in implementing the space-based support for capacity building and technical support for many of the plans and actions. India will continue to strive to actively engage and contribute in various activities in achieving the regional SDG through ESCAP. I must assure all support for the second phase of Plan of Action, that is for 2022 and 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your opening statement. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Joel Joseph Marciano, the Director General of the Philippine Space Agency, to deliver his opening statement at the podium.
Ms. Armida Salcia Halisabana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Suharto Monoarfa, Minister for National Development Planning, Head of National Development Planning Agency, Bapenas, Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Laksana Trihandoko, Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of BLIN, Indonesia. Distinguished ministers, delegates, excellencies, it is my pleasure to address the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific on behalf of the Philippine Space Agency, which is now leading this delegation from the Philippines. On behalf of our agency, I extend my sincere and heartfelt gratitude for the warm reception extended to us as a new representation for the Philippines by this community. I would also like to extend my sincerest appreciation to the ESCAP Secretariat for the excellent arrangements made for the holding of this ministerial conference and congratulate the government of Indonesia for its successful hosting of this important event, as we also mark the end of Phase 1 of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018 to 2030. The task of this 4th Ministerial Conference is to continue the previous work and expand access to especially for developing countries in the Asia-Pacific region, the peaceful use of geospatial information and space technology applications for inclusive and transformative development of the region. Madam Chair, I would like to reiterate the statement delivered by His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. during the high-level general debate at the 77th United Nations General Assembly in New York. To quote, "The Philippines is preparing for the future by laying the governance framework that will allow us to harness the power of renewable energy, develop the capacity to utilize the life sciences such as medicine and virology, pursue digital solutions towards a more modern economy, and expand our presence in outer space." Unquote. Through the Philippine Space Act, the Philippines is committed to the development, application, and utilization of space science technology and its applications for SSTA for national security and development, hazard management, and climate studies among the key development areas of the Philippine space policy. The Philippines recalls that during the third session of the Ministerial Conference in 2018, member states adopted the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018 to 2030, which includes 188 actions in 6 priority areas: disaster risk management, natural resource management, connectivity, social development, energy, and climate change. Given the cross-cutting issues and the urgency to address these compounding issues at present, the Philippines assures of its continued cooperation with our partners in the region and encourage a multi-sectoral approach with the inclusion of government, industries, academia, civil society in shaping the development of our region in the face of globalization and Industry 4.0. International cooperation plays a critical role in the effective implementation of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action. The Philippine Space Agency intends to cascade the opportunities and activities from international cooperation to our stakeholders so that they can take part in the global work to advance knowledge in SSTA and contribute solutions addressing long-standing and future societal challenges. In this regard, the Philippines assures of our constructive engagement in this important work of the ESCAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your opening statement. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Subandi Sajoko, the Deputy Minister of Bappenas of Indonesia, to deliver a statement on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Suharto Mono Arfa, the Minister of Bappenas, who unfortunately couldn't make it this morning. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Minister of National Development Planning Indonesia, allow me to deliver this speech. Your Excellencies, Minister, Director of Space Agencies in the Asia Pacific region, Executive Secretary of UN-ESCAP, Head of PRIN, and distinguished delegates. First of all, allow me to congratulate the UN-ESCAP Secretariat and National Research and Innovation Agency, or PRIN, for facilitating the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, with the theme Space Plus for Our Earth and Future, in Jakarta today, 26 October 2022. We also extend our appreciation to the members of and association members of UN-ESCAP who were able to attend this conference both in person and online. This event provides a historic opportunity for Indonesia in particular, and countries in the Asia Pacific region in general, in reviewing the implementation of the first phase of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development 2018 to 2030, and preparing the second phase of its action plan 2022 to 2026 to prepare an inclusive, prosperous, resilient, and integrated work community. Indonesia has set a vision of becoming a developed country with a high income by 2045, with the goal of ranking 5th in the world as the country with the largest economy. Achieving this lofty vision will not be an easy task. We are required to prepare human resource with high quality and productivity, innovate and mastering technology to increase efficiency and accelerate the achievement of economic development goals, and focus on the green economy. The Sustainable Development Goals are one of the main tools for achieving Indonesia's 2045 vision and implementing the country's economic transformation. Under this mandate, Indonesia has mainstreamed sustainable development targets in their indicators into the National Medium-Term Development Plan and Regional Medium Development Plan. 124 targets for the Sustainable Development Goals have been mainstreamed in the National Medium-Term Development Plan 2020 to 2024. This ensures that SDGs will also be implemented concurrently with the National Development Agenda. By doing so, Indonesia has marked progress in several Sustainable Development Goals targets, such as reducing poverty rate, decreasing the prevalence of stunting and wasting in children under the age of 5, expanding marine conservation area, and increasing the Anti-Corruption Behavior Index. Your Excellencies, Ministers, Head of Space Agencies, also Executive Secretary of UN-ESCAP and distinguished delegates. The Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development consists of 3 phases in implementation and 6 priority thematic areas, namely disaster risk reduction and resilience, natural resource management, connectivity, social development, energy, and climate change. In general, Indonesia's important contribution in the first phase of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action for the 6 priority thematic areas is the availability of remote sensing satellite data with a government license where all central and regional government agencies can obtain the data free of charge. Remote sensing-based information for land area resources, marine and coastal area resources, water resources, and disaster, an open access-based data and information platform, and increasing the capacity of human resources for data processing and analysis of remote sensing information. In preparing for the implementation of the second phase of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action, Indonesia refers to the National Action Plan for Sustainable Development Goals 2021 to 2024, and the agreement on integrating geospatial and statistical information framework. The National Action Plan for Sustainable Development Goals 2021 to 2024 lists the role of space technology together with geospatial information technology for Sustainable Development Goals 2, the Sustainable Development Goals 6, Goals 11, 13, and 14 and 15 for life and land. In general, the implementation of the second phase of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action can strengthen an environmental development pillar that has not been optimally implemented before. The year 2022 is a momentum to normalize the social and economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has had a direct impact on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. All countries in the world must innovate and find new breakthrough in order to make leaps in achieving the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. The new innovation and breakthroughs are expected to help make significant changes, including in the recovery of the industrial sector, tourism and investment, and green economy, as well as health reform, social safety net system, and disaster resilience systems. An important lesson learned from COVID-19 pandemic is that regional and global society today are more connected in the common struggle against global challenges than before. We use this moment to reformulate our strategy in the second phase of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action. One of the challenges in the Sustainable Development Goals action plan is the database and metadata that have not been integrated globally, regionally, and nationally among member countries. Platforms that integrate geospatial information and statistics needs to be continuously developed. This platform can bridge the environmental, social, economic, and law and governance development pillar in achieving the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. Space technology is one solution that can be used to fill the database and metadata gaps, especially in the environmental development pillar. The COVID-19 pandemic has also become a momentum for Indonesia to improve disaster resilience, besides to strengthen resilience to climate change through low carbon development and community resilience. As one of the countries in the Asia Pacific region, which is a disaster-prone area, Indonesia proposes initiatives related to the importance of regional cooperation in space application and capacity building to support the thematic priority of disaster risk reduction and resilience in the Asia Pacific Plan of Action. Disaster resilience is one of the important factors to support the achievement of the global of no one left behind in the Asia Pacific region. Including the National Action Plan of Sustainable Development Goals, the second phase of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action, the use of space technology, innovation, and new breakthroughs, including the Space Plus initiative, the integrated geospatial information framework with non-geospatial information frameworks, the digital technology support, and the cooperation with countries in the Asia Pacific region are expected to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your opening statement. I would now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Zhang Guanyun, the Vice Minister of Science and Technology of China, to deliver his opening statement by video.
尊敬的佐科维多多总统阁下，阿米达、沙尔西亚、阿里沙赫巴纳执秘女士，苏哈尔索、莫诺阿尔法部长，拉克萨纳、特里、汉多科署长，尊敬的女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好！很高兴出席联合国亚太经济社会第4届空间应用促进可持续发展部长会。首先，我代表中国科技部对印尼政府和联合国亚太经社会为本次会议所做的精心筹备表示诚挚的感谢，对大会的召开表示热烈的祝贺，对各成员国和参加单位在推动落实亚太空间应用促进可持续发展方面所取得的进展和丰硕成果表示由衷的赞赏。随着经济全球化深入发展，亚太地区作为全球最具增长活力和发展潜力的地区，已成为世界经济增长的重要引擎。当前，百年变局和世纪疫情叠加，给世界经济发展和民生改善带来严重挑战。在全球化背景下，空间应用将在支持可持续发展中发挥不可替代的重要作用。空间应用技术作为人类观测地球、认识地球、解决重大全球性问题不可或缺的技术手段，已越来越广泛地应用于自然资源管理、国际灾害防治、气候变化应对、粮食安全保障等领域，为经济社会发展带来强大的动力。同时，以人工智能、物联网、云计算、大数据等新技术为代表的信息技术发展， 为空间技术创新及应用服务变革带来了新的机遇，催生了更多的新产品、新模式和新业态，激发出巨大的产业潜力。中国作为亚太空间技术与应用多边合作的主要倡导国，一贯重视亚太地区空间技术应用合作，并深度参与区域科技创新治理。目前，中国对地观测能力日益提高，已经逐步建立起气象、资源、环境、海洋、高分等地球观测卫星应用体系，建成了国家综合地球观测数据共享平台升级版，积极推动向世界，尤其是亚太地区开放共享更多的地球观测数据，并提供全球公共产品和服务。中国建立了包括全球灾害数据应急响应合作网络、旱灾、农情监测系统等一系列防灾减灾机制和灾害监测预警系统，为20多个受灾国政府和相关国际组织无偿提供卫星数据和灾损评估、分析等信息服务。建立了联合国全球地理信息知识与创新中心和可持续发展大数据国际研究中心，帮助国际社会利用地理信息并监测和评估可持续发展目标实施进程。围绕可持续发展、气候变化、防灾减灾和韧性城市等优先事项，开展了全球生态环境遥感监测分析研究合作。自2018年以来，面向全球发布了14份报告及62个数据级产品，以支持全球生态环境治理和公共决策。同时，面向区域发展需求，设立能力建设中心，着力青年人才培养，积极支持发展中国家能力建设。面向未来，中国愿与各方一道，共事挑战，共享经验，共事合作，共谋空间应用促进可持续发展大计，共同推动亚太地区可持续发展。最后，预祝大会圆满成功，谢谢。
Thank you, Excellency, for your opening statement. Next, let's hear the statement of Mr. Petteri Thalas, the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, by video.
Greetings from the World Meteorological Organization, the specialized agency of the United Nations on weather, climate and water. We are privileged to speak at the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. First, I would like to say that early warnings and action save lives. Weather, climate and water extremes are becoming more frequent and intense in many parts of the world as a result of climate change. And the Asia Pacific is the most disaster-prone region in the world. The WMO flagship publication, State of Climate, and its regional versions demonstrate that increasing socioeconomic costs jeopardize sustainable development. The growing number of disasters due to climate change is endangering implementation of a large number of sustainable development goals. This trend is expected to continue as people, assets, and infrastructure are exposed to risk in our interconnected, urbanized world. As a part of global agenda, WMO has been mandated by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres to lead the action to ensure every person on Earth is protected by early warning systems within 5 years. Closing the early warning gap will require inputs from actors throughout the entire early warning to early action value chain, where space applications could play a critical role. To address these challenges and needs, the WMO space program coordinates satellite and other space-related activities across all programs to promote availability and utilization of satellite data and build the related capacity for weather, climate, water, and related applications for all members. The vision for the WMO integrated global observing system in 2040 illustrates that by 2040, users will require higher resolution observations and better temporal and spatial sampling and coverage, improved data quality and consistent characterization of uncertainty, among others. To monitor climate change and assist in mitigation efforts in support of the Paris Agreement, observations of greenhouse gases and other factors affecting the carbon budget must be integrated into global carbon monitoring system. In addition, new and better information relevant for the renewable energy generation, such as near-surface wind and solar irradiance, will be required. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to inform you that the WMO will organize the 12th Asia-Oceania Meteorological Satellite Users Conference hosted by the Japan Meteorological Agency virtually from 11th to 18th of November this year. The theme is full exploitation of today's advanced global meteorological satellite observing systems. This annual event serves as a permanent mechanism for facilitating dialogue and improved collaboration among the space agencies and other user communities in the Asia-Oceania region, and for enhancing the use of satellites for weather, climate, and disaster mitigation services. I sincerely invite you to participate in this gathering and promote space applications in the field of weather, climate, water, and related environmental services. Finally, dear participants, WMO looks forward to continued cooperation with ESCAP and its member states in advancing progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. With that, I look forward to fruitful discussions and wish you all happy and safe meeting. Thanks for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General of WMO, Petteri Talas, for that opening statement. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this concludes the opening statements of our program. It is now my pleasure to conduct the election of officers for this Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. The Bureau shall comprise a chair and 2 vice chairs. I now invite nominations from the floor. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Thailand. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. The delegates of Thailand has the honor to nominate His Excellency Mr. Laksana Tri Handogo, Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia, as Chair. His Excellency Mr. Susil Primajayanta, Honorable Minister of Education and the Leader of the House of Sri Lanka, and His Excellency Joseph S. Marciano Jr., Director General of the Philippine Space Agency, as Vice Chairs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Thailand, for those nominations. Would any delegations like to second the nominations or propose alternate nominations? I recognize the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan, who is online. You have the floor, distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. The delegate of Uzbekistan second the nomination made by the delegation of Thailand.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan, would any other delegate wish to take the floor? I recognize the distinguished delegate of Singapore.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. The delegate of Singapore would like to second the nomination by the delegation of Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Singapore. Are there any other nominations? I see none. So it is my great pleasure then to declare as chair His Excellency Mr. Laksana Trihandoko, Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, and then as vice chairs, His Excellency Mr. Susil Prema Jayanta, Honorable Minister of Education and Leader of the House of Sri Lanka, and then His Excellency Mr. Joel Joseph Marciano Jr., Director General, Philippine Space Agency of the Philippines. Please join me in congratulating by acclamation the newly elected chair and vice chairs. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Laksana Trihandoko, the chair of the Fourth Ministerial Conference, to conduct the meeting from this point onwards.
Thank you, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. I thank you all for the confidence placed in me and the honor you have bestowed on my country and on me. Together with the Honorable Vice Chairs and with the support of the ESCAP Secretariat, I shall endeavor to discharge the responsibilities of serving as your chair to the best and with the cooperation of all. I'm confident our deliberations will be productive and that we can reach a meaningful outcome successfully. Yeah, so I think we can move forward to the agenda item 1C. So, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP, distinguished delegates, we will now move to agenda item 1C, the adoption of the agenda. So, the provisional agenda for the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific is contained in document ESCAP/MCSA SD/2022/L.1. Does any delegation have any comments on the agenda? I see none. So may I propose to the conference that the professional agenda as contained in the document ESCAP/MCSA SD/2022/L.1 be adopted. Okay, so the agenda is adopted. So I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some announcements, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to inform all that the exhibition Space Plus for Our Earth and Future is set up outside Ballroom 2. And so we would like to invite you to visit the exhibition booths while you enjoy the coffee and tea break, which we will be having very soon. And then for participants who are joining the Ministerial Conference online, please do stay connected. The meeting will resume at 10:30.
Thank you, Secretariat. So it is now time for our coffee break, as already informed by the Secretariat. So we will resume our deliberations at 10:20. Oh, sorry, 10:30. Yeah, 10:30, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, now it's working. All right. Okay, thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor to make some announcements. First, let me provide a few reminders for delegates and participants joining us via the e-conferencing platform Zoom. To select the preferred UN language, the interpretation icon with drop-down menu is available on the lower right of your screen. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click Raise Hand button. Your virtual hand will appear on your name or video. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click Unmute and start your video and deliver your intervention. Your video will be spotlighted on the screen. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click Mute Microphone and stop the video. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly click Chat icon available on the lower middle of your screen and type your message there. Our technicians will assist you as soon as possible. The Secretariat will be monitoring the messaging in Zoom. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions be raised through your delegation by using the raise hand button only. To prevent echoes and interference, please ensure that the language you select to listen to is the same as the language you speak while taking the floor. Thank you. Okay, I hope I am now audible. Am I audible to the interpreters? No. Okay, it doesn't appear that I'm audible to the interpreters. No. Okay. Okay, so I will wait. I think we're just waiting for the system to reboot, and from my screen it seems to be quite close to the end of the rebooting. Okay, I think we are back in business. Okay, so let me continue with our with the announcements I was making. So the proceedings of the day are being simultaneously interpreted into the 4 official languages of the UN. To facilitate interpretation, I kindly ask all delegations to also provide a written copy of your statement to the Secretariat prior to delivery. Statements can be submitted to the conference officer on my left, or via email to escap-idd@un.org. All small letters. And as delegations are requested to limit their statements to no longer than 3 minutes, longer versions of statements may be submitted to the Secretariat for uploading to the website. Kindly note further that remote simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is provided by the United Nations for the purpose of facilitating communications, in light of the fact that there are 6 official languages of the UN, 4 of which are used at ESCAP. Participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode, and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters serving remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing, or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and or data loss. Lastly, at the conclusion of the conference, you will be asked to complete an evaluation questionnaire. Achieving a strong response rate is important as we strive to strengthen the work of this intergovernmental meeting. May I kindly request, therefore, that each member of your delegation complete the evaluation questionnaire that will be circulated via email. I now turn the proceedings over to the chair.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I hope you had a pleasant time during the break and had the time to visit the exhibition. Before we move ahead to the next agenda item, I would like to ask the Secretary to play a short video on voices of the youth on space applications for sustainable development. Secretary.
Asia and the Pacific is a vibrant and diverse region of peoples, cultures, and environments. But to get a full picture of this region, you need to view it from space. Space-derived geospatial data provide insights into Asia and the Pacific that cannot be obtained from the ground. Integrated space and land information that is essential to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Young people are the future of Asia and the Pacific, and they are the future of harnessing space-based technologies to solve regional challenges. Young scientists of the region need our support in developing their capacities, skills, and projects so they can maximize the potential of space technology applications for our Earth and future.
The world faces many challenges, especially those related to climate change. Young people should be trusted to solve these issues as they are the guardians of the planet's future.
Young scientists are ready to make a difference. There are many exciting and emerging technologies that can help regional development.
Space Plus for Our Earth and Future is the theme of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. And one of the foundational elements of Space Plus is engaging the youth of the region. The Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, is committed to supporting this ambition and has been hosting youth-focused capacity building in space and geospatial information applications across the region. The trainings focus on many crucial areas of research and applications, including leveraging geospatial data and digital technologies to better monitor air pollution as well as regional droughts. ESCAP's training sessions also prioritize the representation and capacity building of young women scientists, another key goal of Space Plus.
This training is very beneficial for me. It gives me a lot of information and knowledge about games data. When I go back to Indonesia, I will share it to my college, and I hope this training will help me to solve and manage the problem about air pollution in my country.
3 weeks of the GEM training are beneficial for us to enhance the background knowledge on air pollution and how to utilize GEM data and its technology for monitoring air pollution in Thailand.
But governments of the region can still do more to ensure young people get the support they need to use space technologies. The sector needs increased regional cooperation and data sharing, more youth training and educational programs, and the increased accessibility of geospatial data to all end users.
Изменение климата, как уже ранее говорил, в атмосфере нет границ, и поэтому все процессы, протекающие в соседних странах в этом регионе, они должны быть изучены и изучаться должны совместно.
If more geospatial data was made open source and available to all people, I'm confident that solutions would be accelerated.
Space-based technology and geospatial data are essential to achieving regional prosperity for all. Let's give the region's young people the best possible chance of using this innovative technology to solve tomorrow's problems and to accelerate progress towards a more equal, more resilient, and more sustainable world.
Важно расширять возможности молодых ученых путем помощи и обучения, чтобы изменить ситуацию в будущем.
Young scientists are the future, and we are ready to help our communities develop and grow. My message to all the governments is, train us, help us, so that we can make a difference for tomorrow.
Thank you, Secretariat. In addition, the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, PRIN, prepared a short video to introduce their program. I request the Secretariat to play the short video.
National Research and Innovation Agency, a synergy in an orchestra. Established through the Presidential Regulation Number 78 of 2021 about the National Research and Innovation Agency. To enhance science and technology's contribution to the national development and to improve the research and innovation ecosystem in Indonesia. The National Research and Innovation Agency is a government agency that is directly responsible to the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Consists of 7 deputies, supported by 12 research institutes, have 85 research centers, Executive Secretariat, Executive Inspectorate, Center for Data and Information, Center for Technology Services, and Polytechnic Institute of Nuclear Technology Indonesia. Through the 3 directions: science and technology resources mobilization, providing a favorable research ecosystem, building an economy foundations based on research. The presence of National Research and Innovation Agency is to achieve Indonesia's goals as a developed country in 2045. Also to make Indonesia as a global reference for sciences, bringing advantages on science and technology development, policy making, and societies.
Thank you, Secretariat. We shall now take up agenda item 2 on scaling up space applications to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific under the theme, I quote, Space Plus for our Earth and Future, unquote. The document pertaining to this agenda item is ESCAP/MCSASD/2022/1. To introduce this agenda item, I would now like to invite Ms. Bonapes, Director of the Information and Communications Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of ESCAP, to introduce the document. Her presentation will be followed by the delivery of country statements.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and it is my pleasure to give a short presentation that highlights the key findings and recommendations of the document before you. Next, please. So, in the first phase of implementation of the plan of action, it really promoted the adoption of space and geospatial information applications across 6 thematic areas, which you have there in the graph. And over this implementation period, countries in the region have recognized the benefits of applying geospatial information across multiple sectors for sustainable development. Next, please. So with the support of all our members and associate members, the Secretariat developed a database for collecting the data and information on the implementation of the plan of action. And we also developed a dashboard for showcasing all the good practices under implementation by our members and associate members in the 6 thematic areas through the 3 implementation modalities of the action plan, which are research or analysis, capacity building, and the intergovernmental process. And in the while we were doing this work, we have consolidated all the information, and it now emerges that countries have reported 600 activities that have contributed to 156 actions of the total 188 actions of the regional plan of action. And most of the activities, probably not unsurprisingly, were implemented in the areas of disaster risk reduction. But of course, climate change, climate adaptation, which is very closely linked to building disaster resilience, was also high on the priority list. And then in terms of the modalities of implementation, the capacity building and knowledge sharing aspects are still the priority request that we receive from our members and associate members. Next, please. So since we held our 3rd Ministerial Conference in 2018, the Secretariat, working in very close collaboration with our spacefaring countries and the cooperation partners, have provided training and capacity building for over 1,300 officials and professionals from the developing countries of the region. And even though we were of course, like everyone else, facing challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic, these capacity development activities did continue, and for the most part, they continued online. But as we go back to a new normal, I think we are going to have more and more in-person or hybrid capacity building activities. Next, please. Right, so this just reflects that most of the activities were in the disaster risk reduction area, and 45% of them were under capacity building and technical support. Next, please. So drawing from these findings, and as recommended by our Intergovernmental Consultative Committee of RESAP, Space Plus for our Earth and Future was the theme for the 4th Ministerial Conference that was proposed. And under this theme, the discussions are very much centered on transcending conventional space applications for accelerating the implementation of the plan of action. And so the Space Plus for our Earth and Future is centered around 4 components. One is leveraging the innovative digital applications. Second is engaging multiple end users. Thirdly is managing the data and information more effectively. And of course, fourthly is partnerships. Without partnerships, none of the pillars, the first 3 pillars, would be possible. So the objective is really to make geospatial data more accessible to everyone, more available, more affordable, and more actionable. So 4 A's, and this data is for people, it's for practices, it's for improving processes, and it's for policy formulation. So 4 A's and 4 P's. Next, please. The requests that we have received from our members and associate members expressed through various ESCAP intergovernmental bodies, including the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee of RESAP, is to focus on augmenting digital innovations and engaging the end users, including the private sector, to strengthen the integration of geospatial information for sustainable development. Strengthening of partnerships, particularly focused on countries with special needs or in special situations, and then providing more capacity building activities, including activities for the youth. Next, please. And these initiatives are all aligned with the global initiatives and trends. Globally is the transformative potential that has been brought about by the fourth industrial revolution and the prospects it holds for a more integrated use of technologies. And then the post-COVID-19 pandemic era, which calls for the international community to enhance the role of space-based solutions. This is very clearly a global trend. And then the UN has an integrated geospatial information framework and a global statistical geospatial framework, which provide operational principles for more integrated statistical and geospatial data, and countries are now at various stages of implementing at the national level these principles so that the information for evidence-based decision making improves and becomes more accessible to all. And finally, there is a global partnership for sustainable development data and a global partnership for sustainable development. So next, please. So in terms of the key regional cooperation initiatives that are now under discussion for phase 2, so the Space Plus for our Earth and Future will directly contribute to 88 actions of the plan of action in phase 2. The 12 actions are for cross-cutting issues through integration, innovation, and interdisciplinary approaches. And then working in close partnership with the government of Indonesia, and in particular BRIN, who has generously hosted and co-organized this fourth ministerial conference. We are working on the proposal to set up a virtual constellation of satellites for pre-disaster risk management focused on continuous pre-disaster risk assessments in risk hotspots. And this contributes to 9 actions of the plan of action. And related to this is the rapid mapping of disaster hotspots through the digital innovation tools, but also by incorporating the non-geospatial data related to the socio-economic profiles of the people living in these disaster risk hotspots. And finally, the establishment of a youth forum. And so my last slide, Chair, is just the issues for consideration. Next, please. So consider accelerating actions with Space Plus as the organizing theme under phase 2. And then also there is work underway to commission a feasibility and a modality study on the virtual constellation. And then we also request all our members and associate members, after consideration of all the issues today, in the final session this afternoon, to adopt the outcomes of the fourth ministerial conference and recommend that the Commission endorse the outcome at its 79th session, which will be held in May in 2023. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bonates. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, We shall now proceed to country statements and organization statements for agenda item 2. I would like to urge all speakers to strictly adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may deliver only the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement, which will be uploaded to the website of the conference. Delegations in the room may request to speak by raising their country name plate and will be called upon to speak from their seat. While delegations joining online need to click the raise hand function in Zoom. It is clear to all delegations? If so, I now open the floor for country statements. The first speaker is a distinguished delegate from Bhutan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
Bhutan.
Your Excellencies, Ms. Armida, Under Secretary General of the UN and the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm greetings to all. Let me begin by thanking the Indonesian government and the ESCAP Secretariat for organizing this conference. For us, this entails a good learning opportunity and future collaborations. Unlike most countries present here, Bhutan's journey to space is a recent phenomenon. The Royal Government of Bhutan, under the visionary leadership of His Majesty the King, is working towards harnessing the benefits of space technology to improve the lives of our citizens and address our development needs. In 2018, we launched our first educational CubeSat to raise awareness and interest among our youth in space technology. This has brought space technology into the limelight and has acted as a catalyst for our government agencies to adopt space technology for our development needs. Space technology and applications is relevant to Bhutan in many ways. Firstly, we are landlocked with no direct access to submarine cables, and we are also highly vulnerable to seismic activity, posing threat to our international links in the event of a major seismic disaster. Further, Bhutan being in the Himalayas, the threat of glacial lake outburst floods are very high, posing risks to human settlements that lie mostly along the valleys. We have 567 glacial lakes, of which 17 have become potentially dangerous. With the impact of climate change, the risk has become even higher for us. Thus, satellite applications present opportunity to address the needs of our various sectors like disaster management and responses, international redundancy, agriculture, forestry, mining, mapping, etc., etc. Currently, we are supported by Indian Space Research Organization, Government of India, and collaborating to jointly develop a nano satellite. The satellite will provide imaging services and build the capabilities of Bhutanese engineers in satellite development and remote sensing applications. But however, the lack of resources and capabilities are the key challenges that we face constantly in our endeavors. As we endeavor more into space technology for peaceful purpose, we solicit support and collaboration in building our capacity in harnessing the benefits of space technology to make lives better. With these brief words, I would like to congratulate ESCAP for its wonderful achievements so far, and we look forward to further engagement among the member states in achieving common goals in the region. The Royal Government of Bhutan would like to convey our support for the Joint Ministerial Declaration on Space Technology. I wish all the best to members present here and for the conference. Thank you, and Tashi Telek.
Thank you. The second speaker, from Armenia, delegates from Armenia.
Hi, hope you can hear me well. Dear Presidency, dear Secretary, dear guests and attendees, thank you very much for this opportunity to have the speech during these special days. Unfortunately, can't be present there physically, but from the Ministry of High-Tech Industry in Armenia, who's responsible for space program in Armenia. Want to congratulate and greet everybody. Armenia is entering to the club of using the space technologies by launching the first satellite Armesat to the space in this May 2022. And the reason is to peacefully use and focus on developing and giving the access of the technology and the data to the young people for the environmental protection and disaster risk management. Space science technology has significant impact on our daily lives, and it's growing day by day as enabling the drivers of development. As I already mentioned, Armenia is recently embarked on developing of this national space sector. In 2020, national space law has been adopted. In 2020 and 2021, additional procedures have been developed, providing the necessary legal framework for space activities and the granting tax advantages to companies and organizations engaging in space activities. By this, we want to give the access to the private also to use the infrastructure where the state is investing to make it more accessible and bring the new enthusiasm into this field. The next big step, as I mentioned, was the launching the new Armsat-1 satellite for the Earth observation from Cape Canaveral. The Earth observation data received from the satellite will be used also in areas of agriculture, prevention and management of the emergencies, environmental protection, including climate change monitoring, thus supporting the efforts and the implementation of the SDGs of the 2030 agenda. Disaster management and emergency responses is an important field where application of the space technologies could help save lives and alleviate human sufferings. Virtual constellation of the satellite and other tools providing access to the space data and the space-based technologies can significantly help national authorities in their disaster risk reduction and disaster management efforts. It will be highlighted the importance of the UN Spider platform for contribution to ensuring the universal access to the space-based information and services relevant to disaster risk management. In October 2021, the Ministry of Emergency Situation of Armenia became the authorized user of international charter, space, and major disaster. This summer, Armenia hosted the UN Spider technical advisory mission, during which we reassured that the international partnership cooperation platforms enabling accessibility to space technologies are vital for overcoming global challenges. Armenia attaches particular importance to developing national capacity for using space technologies in support of the Agenda of 2030 and sustainable development. Armenia is open for cooperation and partnership in the context of the peaceful use of outer space and achievement of the SDGs set by the Agenda 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker from Maldives, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ali, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. Over to you. Maldives.
Thank you, distinguished Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. On behalf of the Government of Maldives, I wish to thank the co-hosts, the Government of Indonesia and ESCAP, for organizing the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. This conference is timely as our countries in the region are still recovering from the social and economic impacts of the pandemic. The pandemic has provided an opportunity to change to new ways of doing things and has become more apparent than ever the importance of innovation in digital technology. As a result, we have moved ourselves to digital platforms to enhance delivery, service delivery, and promoting digitalization. However, recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is far from over, including significant medium-term risks that could further exacerbate economic and social inequality. To overcome these challenges, we need to find innovative ways and mechanisms to advance and accelerate our development. Being a low-lying, small island developing nation, the country is vulnerable to climate change and sea level rise. Integrated geospatial information and applications of space technology for monitoring climate change impacts is crucial for our policy making and protection of our people and investments. Being a coastal state with few land resources, land use planning, disaster risk mitigation, environmental monitoring, including coastal erosion, as well as flooding has always been a challenge in terms of data collection and analysis. Improved access to satellite data products will improve evidence-based decision-making and contribute to achieve sustainable development. Access to downscaled high-resolution data will assist in planning projects that take into account future climate impacts, especially for major infrastructure projects and investments. Further, space-based applications will help to minimize the cost of environmental monitoring and provide more timely and accurate information. Distinguished delegates, the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development provides a blueprint to harness space technology, geospatial information, and digital innovations towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We believe that the start of the implementation of Phase 2 of the Plan of Action will help accelerate progress towards sustainable development of the region. This theme, Space Plus for our Earth and Future, will help increase research, facilitate knowledge sharing, as well as help us build the capacity and provide the resources for transitioning to space-based applications and platforms. Distinguished delegates, in conclusion, we hope that the Ministerial Declaration will provide the opportunities to take forward the challenges and continue to provide resources and support to successfully complete the Phase 2 of the Plan of Action. We are committed to work with all the relevant development partners and hope to receive technical expertise and resources that will enable us for sustainable development in the region through the Plan of Action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Maldives. Our next speaker, Ms. Shao Ling, Director General, National Remote Sensing Center of China. Over to you.
好，谢谢主席先生。女士们、先生们，大家好，我是科技部国家遥感中心的主任赵静。首先，非常感谢刚才秘书处所做的这个主题报告，中方呢非常认同本次展会关于居家这个主题的。随着人工智能、大数据、区块链、量子通信等新技术的出现和加快应用，大大增加了空间技术跨越式发展的可能性。中方一直致力于新技术与空间技术的融合发展，并在 RESET 的框架下采取了一系列的行动。例如，我们利用无人机遥感技术，实时采集灾区遥感影像，实现目标的状态和位置的获取，帮助指挥部门快速精确完成应急抢险、人员疏散、救援人员和装备的调度，利用物联网与大数据技术，建立了空天地一体化的农业保险精准城网、精确理赔的服务模式，提供了农业的灾前预警、灾中监测、灾后评估等一系列的监测服务，实现了农业保险精细化管理和现代化。基于重源技术和开放科学，扩大灾害数据来源和时空信息数据量。同时呢，我们面向青少年，加强空间技术的核心知识的普及。近期我们面向青年召开相关的研讨会，方便青年研究者了解空间技术在可持续发展中的最新动态。面向未来，中国愿意与各国一道，持续推动新技术与空间技术的融合发展和落地应用，在亚太区域乃至全球开展更多的务实合作。谢谢大家。
Thank you. Next speaker, Joel Joseph S. Marciano Jr., Director General, Philippines Space Agency. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Space science and technology has taken a giant leap in the past few years, with more countries venturing into space and taking into note the increased participation of non-state actors in this domain. We have likewise seen this year the growing importance of regional cooperation in ensuring that all countries, including developing countries, continually and mutually benefit from space. We recognize the key role and contributions of UN-ESCAP in this instance specifically. As we journey through the new space age, we recognize that space science, technology, and its applications have an increasingly indispensable role in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, especially in the midst of various challenges we face, such as climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and the recovery efforts from the COVID-19 pandemic. Cognizant of the important role of space science and technology applications in achieving the SDGs, in 2018, the Third Ministerial Conference put forward the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018-2030. We find this session timely and important to not only stocktake the progress in addressing the geospatial digital divide in Asia and the Pacific, to accelerate the implementation of the second phase of the Plan of Action, we must also continue our dialogue on harmonization of initiatives in the region with a view towards engaging in concrete actions that strengthen participations among ESCAP member states. We envision the Philippines to be among the active contributors to regional cooperation efforts by extending our capacity building efforts to other partners in the region in alignment with the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action, such as through the space infrastructure, know-how, and applications acceleration through promotion and training, or SECAP Plus project, which seeks to enhance scientific cooperation among the members of the Asian Microsatellite Consortium and the Joint Global Multi-Nation Birds Satellite Project, and to expand cooperation to new non-member nations in the region. In addition, with the support from UN-ESCAP and the Republic of Korea, PhilSA will soon host the training program Data Applications of Pandora Spectrometer Instrument and Geostationary Environment Monitoring Spectrometer, GEMS, on air pollution monitoring and management. In order to maximize this opportunity for the benefit of regional cooperation, we aim to promote the GEMS and Pandora training through conduct of capacity building activities, engaging key stakeholders both in the Philippines and in the region. We hope for ESCAP members' support in this endeavor. We also give our full support for regional initiatives such as those spearheaded by the government of Indonesia. We're optimistic that these initiatives could substantially contribute to effective cascading of know-how and capacity and building capacities of our countries, involving the young people, and forging collaboration within and between the community of scientists, researchers, and other practitioners in Asia and the Pacific. These initiatives, anchored in the conference's theme of Space Plus, will contribute to the acceleration of the second phase of the Plan of Action. In closing, Mr. Chair, the Philippines wishes once again to congratulate and thank the ESCAP Secretariat and the Government of Indonesia for the excellent arrangements made for the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. We reiterate our continued support and cooperation in the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action and assure of our constructive engagement in today's discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Our next speaker, Dr. Sanat Panavenage, Director General of the Arthur C. Clarke Institute of Modern Technologies in Sri Lanka, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Sri Lankan delegation, I am pleased to share with this ministerial conference Sri Lanka's perspectives in relation to the present agenda item. And before doing so, let me congratulate you and the other two distinguished dignitaries, namely His Excellency Mr. Laksana Handoko of Indonesia and His Excellency Mr. Joel Marciano of the Philippines, who were unanimously elected to the Bureau of this August Assembly. Space matters. It matters a great deal in achieving our common future as envisaged in terms of SDGs, which is the reason why space has received the great emphasis that it has in all globally adopted development agenda. We in Asia and the Pacific set in motion in 2018 the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018-2030. Today, as we reflect on the implementation of its first phase, it is a sincere observation of my delegation that this truly inclusive, manifestly needs-driven, and clearly cohesive blueprint for leveraging the potential of space has indeed successfully delivered what it was intended to deliver. Sri Lanka will stay firmly committed in its support for implementing its second phase over the next 4 years. It is in this regard, Mr. Chairman, that we focus on the question of scaling up of space applications. Naturally, in today's context of socio-economic and technological development, such scaling up inevitably calls for leveraging emerging technologies, particularly those pertinent to the fourth industrial revolution, engaging end users, including youth and the private sector, managing information more effectively, and strengthening implementation through enhanced partnerships. This is the conceptual notion symbolically identified and presented as Space Plus. The Sri Lankan delegation strongly recognizes Space Plus and supports it as a key implementation strategy for Phase 2. We would also stay firmly committed in our support to all regional and global cooperation initiatives, and in this regard, wish to particularly highlight the initiative proposed by Indonesia for a virtual constellation of satellites for disaster hotspot monitoring as an initiative that would have a potentially decisive impact in terms of building disaster resilience. Let me conclude, Mr. Chairman, by expressing our sincere appreciation of the profound hospitality as well as the wonderful organizational arrangements by Indonesia, and at the same time, the high standards of professionalism and hard work of our colleagues of the Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Sanath Panavenadi. Our next speaker, Dr. Gaurashankar, Deputy Director, Office of International and Intelligence Cooperation, Indian Space Research Organization, Bangalore, India.
Over to you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ministers, Representative of Member States, Chairman of BRAIN, ESCAP Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. On behalf of Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space and all of Government of India and the Indian Space Technology user community, it's my pleasure to convey warm regards and greetings to each one of you and our gratitude to the Indonesian government for hosting this ministerial here. India is pleased to witness the progress of RESAP since its operationalization in 1999 at the Second Ministerial held at New Delhi. India compliments the efforts of member states for the achievements in the first phase of Asia Pacific Regional Plan of Action. Indian Space Application Community has contributed for more than 100 actions out of 188 in all the 6 thematic areas. It's important to note that the idea of plan of action for the region was conceptualized in 2016 during the Asia Pacific Space Leaders Forum held at New Delhi, India. India has taken significant steps in implementing all the 4 fundamental elements of Space Plus, the new initiative. India has already integrated a host of technologies, innovative technologies with space technology in support of SDGs. One example being the effective use of Bhuvan Geoportal during the COVID pandemic for many services, including mapping of hotspots for delineating the containment zone, locating the vaccination centers, and enabling food distribution. On engaging the stakeholders, India has been successful in bringing space sector reforms to enable greater participation of private sector in space activities. India has positioned Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center to facilitate the same. In addition, a mechanism called Space Application Management System has been established to better capture the user requirement before even conceptualizing any space mission. On effective management and use of data, India has taken initiative to build data cube for the BIMSTEC countries to address key areas of space-based application, focusing on SDGs. On enhancing partnership, India continues to pursue several engagements not only at bilateral level, but also at regional and global level using platforms like CIOS, GEO, CGMS, Quad, UN Spider, Apsara, BRICS, in addition to UN-ESCAP. The United Nations affiliated CSTTAP, located at Dehradun, India, has organized special courses on disaster risk reduction and on climate change jointly with UN-ESCAP, UN Spider, UN-USA, and SORT Disaster Management Center. In conclusion, sharing of knowledge and best practices in space application for sustainable development among this region is need of the hour. India would like to offer her support to the member state for the same. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gaurashankar. Our next speaker is Mr. Fumihiko Goto, Counselor and DPR to ESCAP, followed by Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm audible. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the Government of Japan, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Government of Indonesia for hosting this important conference. Japan acknowledges that space technology and international cooperation are indispensable for the achievement of space application to sustainable development. Japan published recommendations for the future science, technology, and innovation as a bridge course to provide solutions for global issues. The recommendation touches upon how Japan contributes to achieving SDGs in cooperation with the international community through space science, technology, and innovation. Japan actively contributes to the SDGs in various ways. In addition to sustainable cities and commodities since Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, has served as the Executive Secretary of Sentinel Asia, an initiative under the Asia Pacific Regional Agency Forum. Sentinel Asia is an international cooperation platform that brings together 95 organizations from 29 countries and regions and 17 international organizations, including Space Agency, Disaster Management Agency, and International Agency, on a voluntary basis to combat natural disasters in the Asia Pacific region by using remote sensing and web GIS technology. Since its establishment, JAXA has responded to more than 380 requests for satellite observation in response to disasters in Asia, and provided disaster damage information using Advanced Land Observation Satellite 2 and other satellites. Additionally, since 2019, over 10 training workshops have been held for the benefit of Sentinel Asia community as part of its capacity building initiative on utilizing satellite data. Furthermore, JAXA contributes to the International Disaster Charter, whose objective is to contribute to disaster monitoring and recovery by observing the world's large-scale disasters and providing satellite data. Japan is contributing to capacity building emerging space nation. JAXA is collaborating with the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs on a program called KIBO-Q, which provides educational and research institutions for emerging space nations with the opportunity to develop a cube satellite, and have it deployed from the Japanese experiment module KIBO of International Space Station ISS. KIBO-Q lowered the threshold for countries to enter space activities and contribute to national capacity of space development, inspiring new generations of scientists and engineers. Since the program started in 2015, universities and research institutions from Kenya, Guatemala, Mauritius, Indonesia, Moldova, Central American International Integration System, Mexico, and Tunisia have been selected as winners. JAXA and UN-OSA, in cooperation with UNICEF Global, also started an educational program called KIBO-Q Academy in January 2021 to further promote capacity building on CubeSat development. KIBO-Q Academy helps applicants for the KIBO-Q program gain technological knowledge about how to design, develop, and test their CubeSat, how to operate in space, how to utilize the data they acquire from their CubeSat to develop useful application on Earth. Experts from JAXA and collaborating Japanese university conduct detailed lectures and answers questions about technical aspects for participating in KiboQ. Since 2016, JAXA also has engaged in training on the use of satellite global precipitation to meteorological agencies in the Pacific Island countries such as Palau, Micronesia, Marshall Island, Solomon Island, Vanuatu, Fiji, Tonga. Through this training to promote the use of this system, meteorological agencies are continuing to utilize GSMAP for rainfall monitoring. Since 2016, JAXA and Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, jointly operate JICA-JAXA Forest Early Warning System in the tropics, a monitoring and early warning system for deforestation in tropical region. Every 1.5 months, the SAR radar on board JAXA's ALOS-2 satellite records challenges on Earth's surface, such as climate change and illegal logging in 78 countries, and users can easily access the data from PCs and mobile devices from anywhere in the world and download the data free of charge. JICA and JAXA jointly seeks to contribute to climate change countermeasure and biodiversity conservation through the use of Japanese technology. Lastly, Japanese regional navigation system named Quasi Zenith Satellite System, QZSS, is currently in operation. QZSS provides 3 types of service: GPS complementary, GNSS augmentation, and message service. GPS complementary provides GPS interoperable signals, which improves stability of satellite navigation even in urban areas. This will benefit all the country in QZSS coverage area. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Fumihiko Goto. Our next speaker is Mr. Umabi Lee, the Director, Space and Big Science Policy Division, Ministry of Science and ICT, Republic of Korea, followed by Uzbekistan.
Hello, I'm Junbae Lee, Director of the Ministry of Science and ICT. Congratulations on the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Environmental and social problems in one country are no longer just country-level problems, but also global problems. Therefore, the importance of space applications and the global cooperations has incredibly increased. Now, let me present the current status of Korean space applications to overcome environmental and social problems in the Asia-Pacific region. First, Korea is utilizing space applications responding to climate change. Korea launched the geostationary multi-purpose satellite Cheolyan-2B in 2020. It is the world's first satellite which can absorb atmospheric concentrations of climate pollutants in geostationary orbit. It provides 7 types of satellite imagery in real time, and we can monitor the climate change threat in the Asia-Pacific region. Next is the space applications for disaster response. Korea Aerospace Research Institute, KARI, is a member agency of the International Charter Space and Major Disasters. KARI provides 1,000 satellite images a year and supports damage recovery in the event of natural disasters. As a rate starter in the space field, Korea is also aware of the importance of training human resources for space applications. In Korea, KARI has been conducting international space training program for developing countries since 2010. In addition, Korean government held a workshop called Space for Women with UN-ESCAP to strengthen the capacity of female STEM personnel. To conclude, Korea enacted the Framework Act on Sustainable Development in December last year. It aims to achieve sustainable economic growth, inclusive society, and to overcome climate crisis. The Ministry of Science and ICT, which takes charge of national space policy, will continue to utilize space applications to solve the social and environmental problems in Asia Pacific region and contribute to sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Our next speaker is Mr. Ismail Osulov, official designation, the head of Department for Coordination of International Cooperation, Uzbekistan, followed by Tonga.
Thank you, Chair. Dear distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me express my gratitude and appreciation to ESCAP and National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia for organizing today's conference in a very high level. Considering our warm relations and socio-economic ties within the Commission, I hope our cooperation in the space sector will acquire a new meaning and our joint intentions will lead to the desired results. Uzbek Space Agency joined RISAP in December 2021. Despite we didn't have the opportunity of a full-scale implementation of the phase 1 of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development, we achieved significant results in implementing space applications in our country. We, as a space agency, demonstrated the efficiency of space applications in several socio-economic sectors, established Center for Space Monitoring and GIS, and last but not the least, State Space Monitoring Program in 7 sectors was approved by the decree of the President. All our activities are totally matching the Plan of Action Space Development. We are ready and focused to working to achieve the desired results by the end of the second phase of the Plan of Action. Uzbek Space Agency strives for development of international relations around the world. One of our main events in this direction so far was the holding of the Space Technology Conference, STC 2022, which was a great platform to discuss opportunities of space applications to achieve the SDGs in the world and in particular in Central Eurasia. These days, we're working on the next year conference, STC 2023, which is also going to be held in Uzbekistan on 25th, 27th April. Taking this opportunity, on behalf of Uzbek Space Agency, I invite all of you to be a part of this conference. It is extremely important for us to be sure of your support. We will be more than happy to welcome you in Uzbekistan. In conclusion of my speech, I would like to note the importance of capacity building, education, and training programs, sharing of good practices in the region, providing technical assistance, and promote knowledge sharing among members and associate members on space applications and geospatial data, and look forward to fruitful cooperation within ESCAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rasulov of Uzbekistan. Our next speaker is Mr. Stan Ahir, official delegation, Chief Communication Engineer, Tonga. It's your floor, Your Excellency.
On behalf of the government of the Kingdom of Tonga and the national focal point, it's a privilege to deliver this statement. His Excellency, Mr. Joko Widodo, President of Indonesia, Ms. Amaija Arishapana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, His Excellency, Mr. Suharto Monarva, Minister for National Development Planning and Head of National Development Planning Agency for Indonesia, His Excellencies Mr. Lakshana Handogo, Chairman of the National Research and Innovations Agency for Indonesia, honorable ministers and delegations of the members and associate members who have attended this ministerial conference. At the outset, I wish to congratulate the chair and the members of the Bureau on the elections. I wish to express my appreciations for the government of Indonesia for convening us under the theme Space Plus for Earth and Future. Tonga, along with other Pacific small island development states, among which Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga, actively participated in the crafting of the Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development during the Third Ministerial Conference on the Space Applications in 2018. The Pacific Small Island Development States are some of those that benefited greatly from the ESCAP Regional Space Applications Program since 2012. We have benefited from ESCAP facilitated sharing of satellite data and analysis for disaster response. As reported by the Secretariat in one of the official documents for this conference titled Implementations of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in its Phase 1, the Chinese Secretariat of the Group on Earth Observations activated its disaster data response mechanism to provide high-resolution satellite imagery to support the disaster response to the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai eruption and tsunami in January this year through the ESCAP facilitated mechanisms. There are numerous other examples of how, once Pacific small island development states suffer from typhoons, earthquakes, or floods, the ESCAP Secretariat always calls on spacefaring countries to provide satellite imagery for damage assessment. Space applications will be more critical than ever for Pacific countries in monitoring climate change impact and natural disasters. Regional cooperations will be essential to empower us to leverage innovation, digital applications for space and geospatial informations applications in achieving SDGs. Therefore, my delegations would like to encourage our fellow ESCAP member countries to ensure that as we kick off the implementations of the Phase 2, the specific data, capacity building, and technical support, the specific needs of small island developing states are taken into considerations as we move forward on to the Phase 2 implementations of the Plan of Action. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein Hayo. Next speaker is King San Lian, Unit Chief, Environment, Science, Technology and Health, US Embassy, Jakarta, followed by Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. The United States applaud ESCAP's work convening this important conference on space application for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. As access to space expands and the government and private sector space exploration reach new heights, the international community must come together to ensure a collaborative and peaceful future in outer space. We also appreciate the work of the United Nations in highlighting the important role space plays in our efforts to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Consistent with our broader commitment to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, the United States have been on the forefront of space-based sustainable development from the very beginning. Our experts at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, better known as NASA, and other agencies, including the State Department, work closely with other nations, both to ensure the sustainable development of outer space itself and to apply space-based technologies to our mutual challenges. The commitment to international cooperation and problem solving is what space exploration and the United Nations is all about. The Artemis Accord and the Artemis Project are a good example of collaborative efforts to promote international cooperation for the sound and sustainable exploration of the moon and other celestial bodies based on the principles of the UN Outer Space Treaty. We hope more countries will join us in the Artemis Accord and the commitment to properly manage space exploration program through international cooperation. NASA's recent DART mission was another good example. DART, which stands for Double Asteroid Redirection Test, was a collaborative venture and a proof of concept, bolstering our emerging efforts to protect Earth from a devastating asteroid impact. Planetary defense, with missions like DART, give us a model for other kinds of international cooperation and problem solving, such as those carried out through ESCAP on all 17 SDGs. The DART mission is a reminder that we have the potential to take on the biggest challenges through collaboration in science, so long as we prioritize humanity as we develop cutting-edge technology. Other areas where the United States has tapped space application to advance the SDGs and where we welcome expanded collaboration include our Famine Early Warning System Network product, which advances SDG 2 by informing humanitarian assistance in drought-affected regions. USAID's Severe Mekong activity uses satellite technology to address climate change challenges. The local 2030 Island Network, which is the first global island-led network to address SDG 13 through the use of climate data and information to implement effective management strategies for coastal and marine resources, and the US Tsunami Warning System, led by our National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration, which is protecting coastal communities from catastrophes that impact all 17 SDGs. The United States welcomes partnership in outer space issues, including through the United Nations, which plays a vital role in the conversation. Thank you for your efforts to encourage the peaceful, sustainable use of space for the benefit of humanity. We are committed to working with you to achieve the SDG through space application, something that can only be achieved when we embrace science and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim. Next speaker is Associate Professor Pasik Dotapong, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation of Thailand, followed by Singapore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished delegates, since early 2020, the whole world still suffers from the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has been a challenge for leveraging digital technology and application and integration of geospatial information for local and national institutes in the region. Not only for the pandemic, but we also realized the indispensable and outstanding role of space technology and its relevant applications in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as social and economic development of the region. Nevertheless, the conventional use of space technology may not be enough nowadays. Technology and innovation are rapidly evolving and disruptive. This also dramatically affects national and regional development. We have to be aware of this change and consider the approaching opportunities and challenges, as well as better prepare our capability to cope with the economic and social issues by enlarging the environmental friendly research and innovation. The important roles of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation are to promote and support research and higher education institutes to keep up with the rapid changes of the world and to incubate adequate innovative manpower or workforce, as well as to conduct research and innovation in line with the needs of the country, sustainable development. In my conclusion, we fully support the further utilization of emerging modern technologies, including 5G, various advanced satellite systems, 3D printing, for example, along with the adequate engagement of youth to enhance the capability and competitiveness of our region by implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Ronald Tong, Deputy Executive Director of Space Technology and Industry of Singapore, followed by Mongolia.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, I would like to first thank our host, BRIN, as well as the ESCAP Secretariat for this milestone conference. Singapore strongly supports the work of the United Nations ESCAP. We believe in the need to enable countries to harness the power of space applications and services to achieve the SDG goals and to help the region rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic. The Office for Space Technology and Industry, also known as Austin, is Singapore's national space office and focuses on 5 work streams to build Singapore's space ecosystem and to pursue sustainable development for the region. First, we nurture the development of local space technology capabilities through investments in R&D. Second, we grow a globally competitive local space industry. Third, we develop policies and regulations to support Singapore's space activities. And fourth, we expand bilateral and multilateral partnerships and contribute to strengthening the global governance regime for space activities. And lastly, we support the development of talent for Singapore's space sector and the workforce. In support of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development for 2018 to 2030, Austin leverages on the prior initiatives that we have, such as our flagship Space Technology Development Program, also known as the STDP. The STDP seeks to develop space capabilities to support sustainable development. For example, we support projects which leverage satellite data for applications such as carbon measurement, reporting and verification, sustainable agricultural practices, pollution monitoring and modeling, and land use planning. We believe in the enabling role of cooperation and partnerships in our activities, and to that end, Austin has worked with international counterparts to grow our collaboration in space R&D, human capital development, space policy and law. Singapore is also a strong supporter of multilateralism and the United Nations. Austin represents Singapore at forums such as the UN COPUS, Asia Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum, or the APRSAF, and is a member of the Artemis Accords, the Space for Climate Observatory, the SCO, and also the International Astronautical Federation, the IAF. In this regard, Singapore assures the Regional Space Applications Program of the UN-ESCAP of our continued participation, cooperation, and support. Chair, let me conclude by saying that Singapore believes that sustainability is a team sport and recognizes the importance of ESCAP and the plan of action. I'd like to, on behalf of Singapore, congratulate ESCAP for the achievements thus far, and Singapore stands ready to work with all countries to build partnerships and cooperation towards a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ronald Tong. Next speaker, Ms. Arunya Chandrabal, Colonel Head of Foreign Corporation Division, National Energy.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Government of Mongolia, let me congratulate the organizers, especially our host, the Government of Indonesia, for successful organization of the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Mongolia, like all member states, is committed to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, while recognizing the importance of space applications in supporting work for that purpose, and is appreciative for all the efforts and initiatives aimed at maximizing the contribution of space applications to sustainable development. Space technologies and geospatial data have the potential to contribute in direct or indirect ways to achieving SDGs and for a landlocked developing country like Mongolia, these technologies can be vital in areas such as agriculture, natural resource management, and disaster risk reduction, especially in drought and zone monitoring and early warning. There is an increased need to provide accessible disaster information to citizens of densely populated cities and towns. It is believed that most disasters and hazards, other than earthquakes, can be predicted and warned to the population. As for Mongolia, which half of its population is in the capital city, in 2013, a total of 60 warning sirens and early warning systems for disasters in Ulaanbaatar were put into operations. By putting the above early warning system into operation, 35% of the capital cities areas with many buildings and structures have an opportunity to provide the early warnings and information to the public in a short period of time. Therefore, by further improving the early warning system and organizing it in line with the technological development, like space technologies and products, the capacity to protect people's life, health, property, and their safety, and to cope with disasters with less damage, of course, will increase. With that, here I would like to share our interest and willingness to initiate cooperation with the countries and organizations that provide space technologies and data in order to address disaster risk reduction and support the response and recovery. Also, the government of Mongolia wishes to thank the Secretariat for its collaboration with the Mongolia's National Report Sensing Center under the Institute of Meteorology, Hydrology, and Environment on Drought Watch Mongolia project, which contributed to the enhancement of Mongolia's capacity to monitor and predict droughts and its unique winter disaster known as Sud. Mongolia is also thankful to be part of the Geostationary Environment Monitoring Spectrometer by the Republic of Korea and UN-ESCAP Act, an initiative which is aligned with the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development. We believe that this project, which provides an hourly monitoring of air pollution levels for almost 20 countries in our region, will significantly enhance the region's ability to monitor air pollution from the space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Arunya Chandrabayan. Excellencies, delegates, this brings us to the end of the morning session. We will resume at 14:30 with the remaining statements under agenda item 2. His Excellency Mr. Joel Joseph S. Marciano Jr., Vice Chairman of the conference, will chair the rest of the session. So we'll adjourn for the lunch. There's an announcement by Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Secretariat is pleased to announce that BRIN will be hosting a side event on current and future national space program in support of SDGs in Indonesia. The event will start at 1 p.m. In Ballroom 1, and it will continue until around 1:30 p.m. The Secretariat is also pleased to announce that ESCAP will be hosting a second side event, and this is the launch of the Geospatial Practices for Sustainable Development in Southeast Asia Compendium. And this second side event will start at 13:30, immediately after the BRIN side event, and it will continue until 14:15. And then we will resume back in this room for the plenary and the continuation of agenda item 2. So the Secretariat and BRIN look forward to welcoming all delegates attending in person to the side events. And furthermore, with thanks to our generous host, BRIN, lunch is available outside the ballroom. So please do enjoy the lunch. and do finish your lunch by 1 p.m. so that you can attend the BRIN side event. And then finally, distinguished delegates, on the documents that will be presented for adoption this afternoon, the draft Jakarta Ministerial Declaration has been made available on the conference website. So this is already available. And then the draft report of the Ministerial Conference will be available from 1 p.m. this afternoon. Also on the conference website. And if I understand correctly, it will also be circulated by email. Is that correct? Yes, I have confirmation that you will also be receiving both, right? The Ministerial Declaration and the report, or only the report? Karif? Only the report. Okay, so only the report by email, but both documents will be available on the conference website. So thank you very much, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you to the Secretariat. On this note, I adjourn this meeting. We will resume the proceedings at 14:30 on agenda item, the rest of the agenda item 2 and 3, the agenda items 3 and 4, and the rest of the agenda item 2 will be chaired by His Excellency Mr. Joel Joseph S. Marciano Jr., the Vice Chairman of the conference. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, welcome back. The meeting is hereby called to order. It is my pleasure to reconvene our deliberations on Agenda Item 2 on scaling up space applications to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific under the theme Space Plus for our Earth and Future. The next speaker on the list is the distinguished delegate from Pakistan, Mr. Zafar Iqbal, Member Space Applications and Research, SUPARCO. Mr. Iqbal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is indeed a privilege for me to represent Pakistan at the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia Pacific. Mr. Chairman, Pakistan attaches great importance to utilization of space-based assets and its applications for the achieving objective of SDGs. Pakistan is the country to adapt SDGs 2030 through a unanimous resolution of the Parliament. Pakistan has also ratified Paris Climate Agreement and a Sendai Framework for Disaster Mitigation. Our ratification and acceptance of these agreements is an indication of our commitment towards sustainable development. Pakistan Space and Upper Atmospheric Research Commission, SUPARCO, being the National Space Agency of Pakistan, is determined to utilize and promote the use of space technology and its application for achieving the SDGs targets in the country. During the Phase 1 of Plan of Action 2018 to 2022, Pakistan has undertaken 22 actions in total, and these actions comprises of more than 100 projects for ministries and governments and other line departments related to this space application under the thematic areas of disaster risk reduction and resilience, management of natural resources, and climate change. Mr. Chairman, SPARCO's Space Application Center for Response in Emergencies and Disaster, which is called SACRED, is actively working to provide near real-time technological support to national and provincial disaster management authorities and other related institutions during the natural disaster, including the recent mega floods in Pakistan this September 2022. The center is equipped with the state-of-the-art facilities, including required infrastructure for space-based information processing and dissemination at all stakeholders in shortest possible time. The space-based contributions include, as a peacetime measure, development of a national catastrophic model for the floods, droughts, and earthquake, and probabilistic hazard assessment, exposure and vulnerability assessment, and financial risk, and the development of a spatial database and web portal. Pakistan's National Space Agency, SPARCO, is making continuous efforts to increase the indigenous capacities in the space technology and its application to assist in socio-economic development of the country. By and large, Pakistan has so far made efforts to contribute in most of the 17 SDGs and also constantly making efforts to develop space solutions to support all possible areas of SDGs while seeking international partnerships and collaborations. In second phase of Plan of Action 2022 to 2026, Pakistan's perspective depicts significant and integrated use of space applications and available other enabling technologies as a mainstream development tool in development planning. The future use of space will be marked by an increased emphasis on practical applications of space. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Pakistan, for your statement. The next speaker is from Indonesia, Mr. Mego Pinandinto. Mr. Pinandinto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, Minister, the Director of the Space Agency in Asia Pacific region, Executive Secretary of the UN-ESCAP, distinguished delegates, participants, and also this conference. Thank you very much for the opportunity to deliver this country statement. On behalf of the BRIN, the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, I'd like to deliver that Indonesia, as the part of the Pacific Islands, give serious attention to the climate change phenomena and also natural disasters that need detailed information for the society in mitigation and also prevention, as well as the ocean monitoring, since Indonesia is the maritime country. The satellite data sharing under the UN-ESCAP cooperation program is very important in today's of the ICT area or era or period. On the other hand, the dissemination of the space technology is important for bettering the public awareness and understanding along all of the elements of the countries. And in addition, it is useful to take that the capacity building is necessary not only for the technical officer, not only for the researcher, but of course also for the decision maker, and also very interesting and significant for the society. Satellite imagery data and also the remote sensing analysis utilization in some sectors have given significant benefit and also give very important, including the access of the climate change impact. Sea level rise due to the climate change has implication for the many island nations, not only in the Asia Pacific region, but also worldwide. The new organization, BRIN, will continue the implementation of the space science technology development activities in Indonesia to strengthening the space science and the application, strengthening the remote sensing technology and data, promote the mastering of the space technology, development of the spaceport for the spacecraft launch, and also to promote the commercial space activities. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of the Asia Pacific Plan of Action in Space Application for the Sustainable Development 2018 to 2030 has been conducted by Indonesia in first phase for 6 priority thematics area: disaster risk reduction and resilience, natural resources management, thematic of the connectivities, and also for energy, climate change, and lastly, the thematic for the social development. Satellite-based information has been utilized to support identification and many potential hazard zones, social impact, and also the vulnerability of disasters. So improvement in the plan of action in second phase, it is essential due to the rapid changes of the global environment. Therefore, Indonesia has proposed the initiatives in the form of the concrete activities through the collaboration of development of the virtual satellite constellation for disaster risk management, modeling of the satellite data for application in flood and also wildfire hotspot monitoring, and building the capacity of the young professional in the space science technology development activities. So we invite all the members and also associate members to participate and take benefit in collaborative activities through this initiative. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate from Indonesia for your statement. I would like to invite international organizations to make a statement. First speaker is the apologies. Firstly, the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee and the ESCAP, Regional Space Applications Program on Sustainable Development, convened an ad hoc session prior to this ministerial conference from 24 to 25 October 2022. I now call Dr. Gay Jane Perez, co-chair of the ICC and Deputy Director General of the Philippine Space Agency, to deliver her statement about the recently concluded session. Dr. Perez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the two co-chairs and as requested by the ad hoc session of the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee of the Regional Space Applications Program, I would like to brief ministers and head of space agencies participating today on the major outcomes of this ad hoc session, which was held at the BRIN office in Jakarta on October 24 to 25 in preparation for this ministerial conference. The committee encouraged the members to continue leveraging digital innovation and support knowledge sharing and capacity building for enhancing regional cooperation in the implementation of the Plan of Action in Phase 2, 2022 to 2026. The committee recognized the information and data gaps in the pre-disaster risk mapping and further recognized ways in which these gaps could be addressed through the virtual constellation of satellites for disaster risk management. The committee welcomed the contribution of BRIN and other members towards the feasibility and modality research of a virtual constellation of satellites for disaster risk management. The committee requested the Secretariat to circulate the terms of reference for an informal expert working group on the virtual constellation of satellites for disaster risk management with the ICC member countries for feedback. And finally, the committee also recognized the informal expert working group should be open for all members and associate members of ESCAP and requested the Secretariat to support BRIN in the issuance of invitations to members and associate members inviting nominations to the informal expert working group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, Philippines. I now would like to invite international organizations to make a statement. I urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure that we can hear from all those participating. The first speaker is the distinguished delegate from Multi-GNSS Asia, Mr. Satoshi Kogure. Mr. Kogure, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Satoshi Kogure, co-chair of Multi-GNSS Asia, MGA. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to UN-ESCAP and the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN Indonesia, for providing us such a great opportunity to present here today. MGA is an international community with an initiative of Japan promoting the utilization of satellite navigation systems in Asia and Oceania regions. Our motto of activities are discover, learn, and connect with GNSS, bridging space and you. To enhance our activities and also to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, MGA and UN-ESCAP have signed MOU in 2019. In the past 3 years, we have faced the COVID-19 outbreaks and many of our activities were postponed. However, despite this severe situation, there was one of the pillar activities we devoted ourselves to continue online, which is the capacity building program, Rapid Prototype Development Challenge, organized by MGA, Cabinet Office of Japan, and the Geoinformatics and Space Technology Development Agency, GISTA, with the support of UN-ESCAP. So far, more than 250 participants from Asia have learned GNSS technologies and their applications and developed their prototype to tackle social issues, especially disaster risk reduction and management with regard to tsunami and flooding. Some are moving forward and continuing their further development for future implementation to contribute to their own countries. We hope to further enhance our joint cooperation and to share best practices. Lastly, please allow me to announce that MGA is scheduled to organize our annual conference in Chiang Mai, Thailand, from the 31st January to 2nd February 2023. Please witness the contribution of GNSS technologies in your own eyes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kogure, Multi-GNSS Asia, for your statement. The next speaker is from UNITAR. Mr. Luca Del Oro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, the United Nations Institute for Training Research, UNITAR, would like to thank ESCAP and the government of Indonesia for the invitation to participate in this fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and Pacific region. Under the new strategy framework, 2022-2025, the work of UNITAR will continue to be guided by the contemporary plan of action and the platform agreed to in the United Nations for our people, their prosperity, for our planet, and for peace and justice. In June 2021, the United Nations Economic and Social Council approved a resolution that recognizes UNOSAT as the United Nations Satellite Center with a mandate to provide United Nations funds, programs, and specialized agencies with satellite image analysis, training, and capacity development in the use of geospatial information technologies on the basis of voluntary contributions. We are delighted by this decision that formally recognizes 20 years of UNOSAT work in making satellite analysis and capacity development available to member states, thereby promoting the practical application of space technology for improved disaster and climate resilience, support humanitarian action, and sustainable development policies and programming. UNOSAT has been working together with ESCAP for more than 10 years in the areas of satellite application, disaster risk management, and capacity development. In 2013, we established our regional liaison office in Bangkok to increase our outreach and to extend capacity development and analytical support to ESCAP member states. Under this partnership, we have provided rapid mapping support following hundreds of major disaster events in Asia and in the Pacific, which demonstrates the importance of interagency collaboration and delivering as one UN. Using this regional presence, we are also able to scale up country-level comprehensive capacity development programs and channel our support to the implementation of ESCAP, Asian and Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development, which is an inclusive and country needs-driven blueprint to harness space and geospatial application and support countries to achieve the 2030 agenda. With ESCAP, we have developed the Risk and Resilience Portal under the Asia and Pacific Disaster Resilience Network, which expanded our collaboration from operation to policy making by using free and open source spatial data, satellite imagery, modeling, and GIS-based application for generating decision-ready information and insight. We are currently supporting ESCAP in the implementation of the regional cooperative mechanism for drought monitoring and early warning, which is considered a successful example of South-to-South cooperation. The United Nations Satellite Center, UNOSAT, has recently renewed its partnership with the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation to strengthen capacity in the use of geospatial information for improved resilience, as well as enhanced evidence-based decision-making for SDGs implementation in the Asia-Pacific. These include 6 ESCAP member states: Bangladesh, Bhutan, Laos PDR, Fiji, Vanuatu, and Solomon Islands. UNOSAT is also increasingly focusing on applied research and innovation to keep abreast of new technologies such as Earth observation, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics to support disaster and climate resilience. Together with UNESCAP, we are here to help. The United Nations Satellite Center, UNOSAT, is fully committed to keep supporting the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development 2018-2030, and we are open for collaboration with countries and regional organizations towards promoting space application and building capacity together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Del Oro and Unitar. Thank you, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, for your statements. This brings us to the conclusion of Agenda Item 2, deliberations. We shall now take up Agenda Item 3 on the report on the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018 to 2030, Phase 1, 2018 to 2022. The document pertaining to this agenda item is ESCAP MCSASD 2022/2. To introduce this agenda item, I would now like to invite Mr. Kiran Wang, Chief, Space Applications Section of the Information and Communications Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of ESCAP, to introduce the document. Please be noted that there will be no country statements under this agenda item. Mr. Wang.
Thank you, Chair. I have the honor to reporting the meeting, the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018 to 2030 in its Phase 1, 2018 to 2022. Next. Members and associate members have reported 600 activities taken in 6 thematic areas of the plan action. Over 37% of the activities are for disaster risk reduction, and 48% of activities are on capacity building. So member states have provided approximately $4 million in extra budgetary funds to the Secretary for capacity building since 2018. Next. In addition, our member states have provided satellite imageries and service free of charge on request for an estimated value of $1 million to $1.2 million a year for disaster damage assessment and capacity building. So the Secretariat has allocated capacity building funds of approximately 50,000 a year to respond to the specific capacity development request from developing countries. The Secretariat, in collaboration with spacefaring countries and its cooperation partners, have provided training and capacity building for over 1,300 participants from the developing country in the region. Next. An external independent evaluator was hired to conduct the evaluation as requested in the ESCAP Resolution 75/6 to assess the implementation of Phase 1 of the plan action in terms of the achievement of the objectives, and to assess the performance of the activities and services provided by the Secretariat to the member states, and to provide recommendations for improving the implementation of the Phase 2 of the plan of action. So next. So evaluator interviewed 42 stakeholders and 102 subject matter experts and developed the report, which has been uploaded to the website of the Ministerial Conference. Based on this, his findings, there are 4 recommendations addressed to the member states. 1. Accelerate the implementation of the plan action by leveraging innovative digital applications, engaging end users and youth, effectively managing geospatial information, and strengthening partnership based on national and local needs. 2. Prioritize the actions for implementation in Phase 2 based on national and local needs, and strengthen the linkages between the outcomes of the action taken during the Phase 2 and the relevant SDG indicators. 3. Enhance the sharing of knowledge, geospatial information, operational tools, and experience with other countries through regional cooperation mechanisms. 4. Strengthen the role of the national focal points of the Regional Space Application Program in implementing the planned action and coordinating among relevant sectors, related sectors at the country level, and communicating the achievements and results of the plan of action. So next. There are also 5 recommendations addressed to the Secretary. Number 1, support member states in sharing knowledge, geospatial information, operation tools, and experience with other countries. 2, support member states to accelerate the implementation by leveraging innovative digital applications, engaging end users and youth, effectively managing geospatial information, and strengthening partnerships at the regional level with a focus on gender mainstreaming. Number 3, develop and implement a communication and outreach strategy to increase the awareness and the visibility, including by using online platform and publications. 4, support member states in applying the Space Plus for Earth and Future for Phase 2 through regional and sub-regional initiatives with capacity building and integrated approaches. 5, raise awareness among member states, including planning ministries and other stakeholders involved in monitoring SDGs, of the link between the plan action and the SDG indicators. Next. The issue for consideration. We would like to hear from the ministers and head of delegation and distinguished delegates from our member states to provide guidance on the overall implementation of the plan action during its Phase 1, as well as the findings, conclusions, and recommendations of the evaluation, and to provide guidance to the Secretariat on implementation of the recommendations of the evaluation for Phase 2 of the plan action. The Secretariat will take this forward working in close cooperation with members and associate members of the Commission, including the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee on Regional Space Applications Program for Sustainable Development in Asia Pacific. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the proceedings under Agenda Item 3. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now take up Agenda Item 4 on other matters. It is my pleasure to report on behalf of the Bureau on the status of credentials of representatives of members to the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, in accordance with Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. The Bureau of the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific examined the credentials of representatives of 27 member states, submitted in accordance with Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission, and found them to be in order. May I take it that it is the wish of the conference to take note of the report of this Bureau? I see no objections. It is so decided. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will proceed with consideration of Agenda Item 5, adoption of the report on the Fourth Ministerial Conference and a ministerial declaration on space applications for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. I have the pleasure to present to you the draft Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP MCSASD 2022 L.4, and the draft report of the conference as contained in document ESCAP MCSASD 2022 L.3. We will first adopt the draft Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific in its entirety, as contained in document ESCAP MCSASD 2022 L.4. May I now call on Ms. Erna Sri Adiningsi, Executive Director, Indonesian Space Agency Secretariat, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, as Chair of the Informal Working Group on Preparations for the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, to provide us information on the drafting process of the draft Jakarta Ministerial Declaration. You have the floor, Ms. Erna Sri Adiningsi.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure in my capacity as Chair of the Informal Working Group on Preparations for the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific to provide you with the information on the drafting process. At the outset, I would like to recognize the valuable contribution and excellent support of the Vice Chair, Mr. Sanat Panawenagi from Sri Lanka. Excellencies, following the recommendations of the 25th session of the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee, or ICC, of the Regional Space Application Program for Sustainable Development, RESAPS, held in August 2021, the Informal Working Group on the preparation for the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia was formed in early 2022. 6 meetings of the Informal Working Group took place from 5th July to 27th September 2022. Consultations yielded a draft text that was circulated to all member states under the silence procedures for 72 hours, as agreed by the Informal Working Group. During these silence procedures, no objections were raised. In this regard, Mr. Chair, it is my pleasure to present the draft declaration of the Ministerial Conference for its adoption. Thank you, Chair, and I hand back to you.
Thank you very much for those explanations, Ms. Erna, delivered in your capacity as Chair of the Informal Working Group. Much work has clearly gone into drafting the declaration before us. Are there any comments at this time? As I see no comments, may I take it that we can adopt the Jakarta Declaration? Distinguished delegates, as I hear no views to the contrary, I declare this declaration adopted. Next, let us proceed with the adoption of the draft report as contained in document ESCAP MCSASD 2022 L.3. The report of the conference contains 3 sections. Number 1, matters calling for action by the Commission. Number 2, organizational aspects. Number 3, the account of proceedings. Part 3, a non-negotiated and concise account of proceedings, will be prepared after the meeting and circulated for factual corrections within a week of the conclusion of the meeting. This will be annexed to the report. I would like to inform delegates that language editing of the report will be undertaken by the Secretariat following the adoption of the report. In view of this, distinguished delegates are requested to focus on the substance of the report and to leave the editorial work of correcting any grammatical or typographical errors to the Secretariat. I also request those delegates wishing to make minor changes to the text to read them out at dictation speed. With respect to any major changes, please provide the written text to the Secretariat so that they may enter it on screen for consideration by all delegations. You can see the draft report on the screen. May I propose that we go through the text of the draft report with the aim of adopting it. We will now review the draft report section by section. Let us start with section 1. Are there any comments on recommendation number 1? Are there any comments on section 1A and the recommendation, corresponding recommendation? As I see no comments, recommendation number 1 is adopted. So we now move to section 1B and the corresponding decisions. Decision 1, decision 2, and decision 3. Are there any comments? Distinguished delegates, as I see no comments, Section 1B, decisions 1, 2, and 3 are hereby adopted. May we now go to Section 2 of the declaration. Are there any comments on Section 2A? Section 2A. So I see no comments on Section 2A. We now proceed to Section 2B. There are no comments on Section 2B. We now proceed to Section 2C. We now proceed, as there are no comments on Section 2C, we now proceed to Section 2D. Seeing no comments on Section 2D, we proceed to Section 2E. Seeing no comments on Section 2E, before we proceed to Section 3, may I call on Ms. Tiziana to make an announcement?
Thank you very much, Chair, and my special thanks to you for bringing us successfully and efficiently to this point of the adoption of the report. So the two sections of the report have been adopted. Section 3, account of proceedings, you will see it included in the report, but you see it included only as a heading because the proceedings are drafted by the Secretariat after we conclude the Ministerial Conference, and then we will circulate to all the distinguished delegates a summary of the proceedings for any factual changes you may have to the summary that the Secretariat has prepared. So we do not actually adopt the summary of the proceedings in the conference itself. So I thought I should just clarify that for those of you who are attending ESCAP intergovernmental meetings for the first time. So thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you to the Secretary. As we have reviewed all sections of the report, I propose that the draft report be adopted with editorial changes to be taken care of by the Secretariat. Are we all in agreement at this point? Distinguished delegates, as I hear no views to the contrary, I declare this report adopted. Distinguished delegates, thank you for your support of my work as chair for this session. Let us now proceed to the closing of the meeting. I would now like to invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Armida Salcia Alisjabana, to deliver her concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere appreciation and thanks to all ESCAP members, associate members, and cooperation partners for taking part in the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Let me also express gratitude to His Excellency Pak Laksana Trihandoko, Chairman of BRIN, for his presence and valuable guidance during the session. This demonstrates Indonesia's commitment to advancing regional cooperation on space application. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, please allow me to share a few final thoughts. First, I applaud the adoption of the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. The declaration reaffirms the value of collaborative partnership and the engagement of all major groups and other stakeholders as appropriate to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. The online dashboard maintained by the Secretariat shows that the catalog of good practices has been steadily growing since 2018 and showcases the implementation of more than 600 individual activities that contribute to 154 actions of the total 188 actions contained in the plan of action. Without a doubt, this declaration will not only sustain this momentum of increasing integration of space and geospatial information application in support of sustainable development, but also reach countries in special situation to ensure that everyone in our region captures the benefit of space science technology and its application. So again, maybe I have to explain a little bit here. The so-called countries in special situations in UN terms comprises of the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and the small island developing states. More fundamentally, the adoption of this declaration shows the strong commitment of members and associate members to address outstanding and emerging development challenges of persistent poverty, food security, inequalities, threats to global health, vulnerable to shocks, natural disasters, climate change, and environmental degradation. I appreciate that many of you are representing space agencies. This commitment will necessarily mean acceleration of the paradigm shift already underway in many agencies as your plans and operations engage multiple stakeholders in various sectors. As a regional development platform, ESCAP, along with the rest of the United Nations system and relevant partners, stands ready to support and take necessary actions to deliver on the aspiration contained in the Jakarta Declaration. Finally, I would like to thank once again the Chair, His Excellency Pak Laksana Trihandoko, Chair of the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, of Indonesia, and the Vice Chairs for skillfully guiding the proceedings to their successful conclusion. I also would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all members, to all ministers, deputy ministers, vice ministers, ambassadors, who provided such visionary statement at the opening session to highlight pathways for our way forward to strengthen regional cooperation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as always, all of us at ESCAP remain grateful to our gracious host, the government of Indonesia, and particularly to BRIN and all colleagues in BRIN for their excellent work to ensure the success of the conference. I would like to thank also colleagues from the Secretariat, ESCAP Secretariat, who have worked hard, tirelessly, and professionally to make this session a truly special occasion for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. Before we close the meeting, I would like to thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, and your staff for the effective servicing of this ministerial conference. I would like to thank the other members of the Bureau, as well as all staff of the Secretariat, for the excellent arrangements to ensure the success of this conference. Finally, I extend to all delegations my special thanks for your active participation and the support extended to me and the rest of the Bureau. I now declare the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific closed.
Distinguished delegates, I got a little bit carried away by the fact that we have successfully adopted the report and we have concluded our ministerial conference, and I forgot to make a very important announcement. And I see that we have also just been joined by our Chairman Handoko, and Chairman, we had a very smooth adoption of the report and the declaration, so everything went very, very fast. But Chair, you may wish. We have adopted everything.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Ms. Tiziana, and also Madam Executive Secretary. So, yeah, I'm very grateful that we have accomplished, our deliberations and also conference today, yeah, with everything gone smoothly. So, yeah, as the closing remarks, yeah, I would like to thank, yeah, all of you, distinguished delegates, and also all participants for your hard work and excellent contribution to our meeting today. So thank you very much, and I think there would be and of course I would like to thank Vice Chair, yeah, for chairing the meeting, yeah, Dr. Marciano, yeah, from Philippine Space Agency, yeah, and for very nice and very excellent job, yeah, during this the last session, yes, I think. And now I think there would be an announcement from the Secretariat, so please, Ms. Tiziana, thank you very much for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Handoko, and our very special appreciation to you for having made it back to the conference and for having concluded the session in your capacity as chair. So we appreciate that very much. And then it is now my pleasure on behalf of our generous host under the leadership of Chairman Handoko to inform that there will be a farewell dinner this evening. So after all the hard work of the past 3 days, and in fact really hard work of past 6 months, and even longer than that, going back 2 years and even back to 2016 when we first started to draft the action plan, there has been a lot of work that went into this very smooth and very fast adoption today. And so to celebrate, now is the time to celebrate, to relax, and to enjoy the company. So we have a farewell dinner hosted by by Brin and hosted by the chair, Handoko. And then there will also be a cultural performance during the dinner with very beautiful traditional dances, very colorful costumes. And that will be at 6 p.m. at Ballroom 1 today. That's the side event room. Everybody is invited, so please do join and to enjoy the evening and the cultural performance and the wonderful Indonesian food and Indonesian hospitality. Thank you.
Recording stopped.